Yes, greetings, JD for Shieldrum Records. So tonight I wanted to talk about my new RIDDIM generator. So what it is about? It is a project in Ableton 12 in which we will compose several simple patterns that can complete each other's. Okay, and I already prepared the structure of the project. So I will explain it, and tonight we will load it with several patterns that could fit with each other. Okay, so to start, we have a track called K Control. We'll talk about that after. And after that, I have several melodic instruments. So a kind of FM sitar. The second one is a flute. The third one are pads. These are all instruments from Ableton, okay? The third one is a wavetable for the skunk. Fifth is the organ. And we have the bass on 6. And the bass, sorry, the bass is a new rack, a new Ableton rack I made for, I called it bass operator. So this is the new strictly bass program. So even if you don't know operator, you just live with the interface with the macro, okay? And after that, I have several tracks for the drums. So I kept them separated for several reasons. So the first one is we want to play with different clips on different drum elements, okay, to have different hi-hat lines or kick lines, etc. So this will be more easy to have some information in separated clips. And the second reason why is if there's a track that come out great, we will need to export it or bounce it in audio instance for a next dub. And it will be easier to have each of the drum elements separated. So I carefully chose the sound for each. For the kick, we have 2 different kicks. Let me bring up the level. Okay, for the hi-hat, simple 3 hi-hat sound, and each of them are multi-sampled. So how can I show you that? Okay, like this. This is the sampler for the close hi-hat, okay? And we have 4 samples in it. And depending on the velocity we will play it, we will have from low to high it. So this is a real hi-hat, a kind of real hi-hat, with all the function, all the parameters to rebuild its envelope, pitch, etc. Okay, and we have the same for each of the hi-hat sounds. Okay, for the snare, we have a 4 snare. The first snare, same way, is a multi-sampled snare with different velocity with different samples. Okay, and the others are some DMX sample, DMX snare, 1 rim shot and 1 clap. Okay, toms, simple, 4 toms. They are all multi-sampled, so meaning tom 1, there's 4 samples, tom 2, tom 3, tom 4 also. Timbales are mono samples. Okay, cymbal, so the same everywhere. A selection of usable sound. And after the drums, I have some top percussions, tambourine, shakers, triangle, some percussion like wood blocks, and a special. And the last track is for some congas sounds. Okay. Sorry. So, by the way, this project will be soon available on Patreon, on Shieldrum Records Patreon. It is for Ableton 12, so don't forget to comment if you want it also for Ableton 11. Just hit me in the comments and ask for it, and I will take the time to program this in Ableton 11 also. Okay, so this will be available for all Patreon supporters from level 1 for 2 weeks, and after that it will upgrade it to level 2 minimum to have this project. But this is the full project for the Patreon community. Let's continue. So we see we have separated tracks with chosen instrument already done. Okay. And we will see together to build some pattern for each of them and see how we can complete each of the patterns. The second, how I can say this, second function of this project is the key control. Okay, so the track 1 is a track that receives and sends no audio, and I just build it to control. Okay, and what will we control with that? In each melody track, as you can see, before the instrument, we have a rack called key control. And if we open that track, we see that we have a pitch effect and a scale effects. Okay, and this is on each of the audio melodic, not audio, sorry, melodic MIDI tracks. And this is to have the possibility to change the scale or the pitch shifting of all the melodic instrument at the same time. So the way it works, on each of those melodic tracks, I have set a rack with a scale and a pitch control. And on all those racks, I set some shortcut in the macro. So the pitch goes here, the key setting goes here, and the scale goes here. Okay, and the idea behind that was to have the possibility to pitch up or down or change the scale of the whole track without having to go in each track and change its parameters. Okay. So what I did a track called key control, and on this key control, I have several racks, and we will see the example in the pitch rack. Okay. So in the pitch rack, I opened something called a shaper, audio shaper. You can find this into audio effect, and if you want to go straight to it, you use the filter and click on live control. That way it will display only the live control operation. So you can see this in audio effect or MIDI effect. We see here in MIDI effect we have the shaper MIDI. Okay, and we can find it also in the Max for Live, perhaps. Let me look quickly. Brief. If you want to find it, you can also type shaper. Okay, and it will display at first. So I use shaper because back in the day, just a few years ago, we had something called map 8. And map 8 was one knob, and this one knob can reach and send the same information to 8 destinations. As we have no more map 8 in Ableton, or perhaps I can find it in my archives and put it here, but I use what you will find in your Ableton 11 or 12. So this is called Shaper, and this do a bit the same. This can do a bit the same. Shaper is somewhere we can draw a line. This can be exponential or whatever you want. And along this line, okay, this line can be automated. I set it as manual for now, but normally it is as a loop, and it will loop that shape of the shaper. But I don't want it to use it like that. What I needed is one knob controlling the 6 other knobs. As you can see, the shaper is controlling all my melodic tracks. So in the audio shaper, you don't have it into the MIDI shaper, but in the audio shaper, we have a mode called manual. So I click on manual, and now I can move this manual knob, but to make it more visible, I put it on a macro knob. Okay, so it is on this macro, and now I can scroll to all the value from 0 to 127. And this rack for pitch, we can see it here, is linked to 6, even 7 destination. The 7th one is what I call a visualizer, because it's not practical when you want to set a perfect note here. You would have to go into the instrument, open the rack, and look where is this knob out, where it is out, if it is at -12 or +12, etc. So the idea was to have just this rack with a pitch inside, okay, and this rack open will indicate me. I can set it in red also. This rack will indicate me where I'm in the pitch of this track. So for you to understand, I will make a short demo. So I can close that. This is the audio shaper, and you use 6 or 7 of the 8 destination. Okay. Greeting, Jono Laikonte. So how it works? Just for this pitch control, okay? If I launch the track, I drop a bit the level. Okay, if I move that, if I move the pitch control, it will give me some other inspiration from the same track by pitching up or down all the melodic parts. Of course, we can have a similar system on the drum, but to keep it simple, I go to the essential, because each drum we will choose one different pitch for each sometimes, so we will go simple. So this one is called the visualizer, because that way it will give me the indication about where is all the pitch effect which are on all the instrument tracks, okay? And in the same idea, let's just put another example. The original pitch is here when we click bypass, and I will go through different pitches of the same track. Okay, so you get the idea. This is a Riddim generator. But at the same time, we can also visit some other pitch of our composition. And it not stopped there because I did the same control for the key and the scale. So let me show you a same logic. We will do it on the scale. When I open this scale control, which is on the key control track, okay, this knob, which will change the scale, is a link or map to each of the scale on the instrument track, okay? It will modify this. And as I did for the pitch, I made like a fake or a visualizer. That way, when you move the key or the scale with this knob, which display in percentage because of this rack called shaper, okay? This visualizer will give us an idea about in which scale we are moving things, okay? So let's launch the audio again. I mute the pads, that way it will be clearer. And we will go by experimenting the key control. So first, I know this track has been composed in E minor. This is its default state of that track, okay? So when you know your key, you will select it in the key control. So I did also some snapshot of each position, that way it will be simpler for you, for each of the 12 semitone. So if you know in which key is your track, you will click on the corresponding key, here, E. Okay? When the scale control, which control the same scale on each of those 6 tracks, when it is in bypass, it will play only the partition which is written in each of those tracks, okay? And as soon as I change the position from bypass, which is 0%, I will go into a scale, a different scale, as you can see on the left here, okay? So I will reduce the space between all this. Okay. So what will happen is for this scale setting, as long as the scale is on 0, whatever key you will choose will change nothing in the pitch of your sound. Let's try it. Okay, because as you can see, it just changed the grid behind the notes here. The way we can understand this thing is, if I remember well, at the horizontal we have the input note, and at the vertical we have the output note. And here we see that each input note corresponds to its output note. This is what we see a diagonal here. If I select another scale, for example, let's go for major, and let's put it here. Okay, if I go in harmonic major, you see that each input note no more correspond to its input note, because it moved the corresponding note to fit that scale we selected. Okay, minor, harmonic minor, Hungarian. So I did a selection of 5 or 6 scales here and a bypass mode. So now let's see how it works. This setup is a bit special because what happened in the scale visualizer, in the scale effect, this is a MIDI effect, it is that when you change a scale, it will also scale any keyboard you will plug in it, etc. And when a note is not in the scale we have chosen, so here if I choose harmonic major, all the scales that are not in that, all the notes that are not in that scale, okay, will be repeated with a note from that scale. Okay, here we can see that the first note is a E, and in harmonic major, the other note must be a F. Okay, so instead of setting it as its original diagonal place, it will move it, and same way, so it will move some of the notes. So the result will be that for let's say a minor composition, as I did here, all the minor mode will fit quite perfectly. When you will go and select some major or harmonic major mode, sometimes it will not sound musical, but the trick is to experiment with the key and change the key and see where it will fit. So let's make an example. I know my track is in E minor, and I know my bypass. I see that it don't take the bypass when I go straight on it. Okay. Okay, bypass is the user mode. Okay, I have to fix this measure. Let's say 3%. Okay, we are in measure. I will save it above. Okay, let's play it. And let's focus on only the melodic parts. I will mute the drums. So I go on the control track. I can close everything that was just here to explain. Okay, let's go. Let's go in bypass. Okay, if I choose another scale, it will play same track in another scale. And we keep the possibility of pitching the result. Okay, so it seems some redundant control at first, but I will describe them precisely. This one will pitch up or down the whole partition, okay? The second one is able to change the key of the track when in the scale control one other scales and bypass is selected. As I said, when the scale control is bypassed, there's no effect on the key control. So let's follow. We see here that the major will not fit well with the E minor. Listen. So this is not the best. So what I see is that when I select a scale in my own key, but I find that scale don't sound quite good, this is when I will make some try and change my key control. Listen, normally when I will click on D sharp, it will sound more musical and more correct. Now I click on D sharp. So if you understand the logic of this system, in a few clicks, you can change your minor composition into a major composition without having to rewrite everything, okay? And we can even go further, imagine you find something cool like this one. Okay, we know the original scale and track was that. Okay, but we would like to have the MIDI partition of it in major, and with the key we see that fits. Let's try also some different key to see how it works. So what is happening here is, even if we are in the major scale, we see that some of the key I will click will sound major and some other will sound minor. And this is normal because no matter if you are in the minor scale or major scale, in those two type of scales, you have some minor chords and some major chords. So depending on the degree or note or key you will choose to make it play, it will give you the result according to the place of that note into that scale. Okay, that's the reason why when I'm on D sharp, it sounds really major, and when I go on other key, it sounds minor or a different style. Okay, so this was for this example. I will come back on it a bit later. So now let's say we find that we want it in this major scale. Okay, and as I said, we don't want to rewrite everything. So what we can do is to create some MIDI tracks. Okay, so I will create 6 of them. Okay, and I will set them in white. That way we know this is for recording. Okay. From there, I will name them after the same name of it with a R in front, like recording Melo 2, recording Melo 1, recording pad. Okay, recording Skank 1, Skank 2, and recording bass. Okay, from there, I will open my input and output, or I/O. And for each of those tracks, I will choose the original track for its input, okay, as the input. This will not be my keyboards or whatever that will come here, but the output of each instrument. So to do this, let me put it in the right order. To do this, it's simple. We will hit all those boxes, okay, and select the corresponding track. I know here I need to be in melody 1 as the first instrument to record, and we will select post effect, because what we want to record is our original partition modified by let's show it here, modified by the chosen scale. Okay, so that's the reason why you will select first the track you need to record the MIDI from. Okay, and secondary you have to have it post effects, because when you select post effect, it will be post MIDI effect, as we are on the MIDI track. Okay, so melody 1, melody 2, pads, skank 1, skank 2, and bass. And bass, and bass, and bass. Okay. And as we can see, those new recording MIDI track have no instrument, but we don't need them. We just want to record the transformed information from that one. So they receive the signal of each track. Okay. And what we will have to do is to select all this and arm the track. Okay. Now I will press play with my major scale selected on my minor track. That was minor at the beginning. So let's go for it. How could I do that here? I'm just thinking about, is it better or is it possible to record all of this at the same time? Or do I need to record my MIDI modification into this section? Let's try. We have 5 minutes. So perhaps if I select everyone, if I click somewhere, no, it will launch only this first clip. So for now, the shortest way will be to record in the other page called the arrangement view. Okay, this is not a big problem. It will just record our modified track here instead of on the other side. Perhaps there's a way to trig at the same time several clips. I don't know yet. Or yeah, in fact, I know. What we could do is to MIDI map each our slot with the same key and launch that key, okay? But we will do simple for tonight. But just to show you the technique, for example, let's say I will say all that slot. No, I can't. I don't have my MIDI controller, so let's K-map it, okay? So all the slots, because you can automate the slots, I will hit my letter S on my keyboard, okay? And that way, I know when I click S, it will record all the tracks at the same time. Let's try if it works. Yes, it works. And normally, if I click on S one more time, it will stop the recording. So at the end, okay. So it works. That's very great. So just as a recall, K-mapping, map all the slots of the track you want to record with the same letter, and that letter will give you the possibility to switch on or off the recording of it. So now I have my track done. Let's bring, because I will not put some instrument in there. Okay, so let's bring all those MIDI clips on our instruments. Okay. And I will set everything on loop. They are already on loop. Now to control what we did, we will bypass everything on the control. So it's in E by default and bypass. So by the way, also this control, key control, is one to control everyone from a single knob. And this is also the place where you will MIDI map a few knobs to control tonality and scale of your track if you want. Okay, this is in that way. So now let's try our track in bypass. So normally this one, the blue one, should sound as E minor, and normally the second one should sound as a D sharp major. Let's listen to the original. Second one. So we don't have the drum because I will have to duplicate it. Okay. So if we look closely at the difference in the two, I will make it color more like orange, that we will see the note. Let's see the melody one. So the melody one, it's hitting those notes, okay? And if I take melody 2 at the same time, because we can select 2 clips at the same time, we see that the transformation we did with our controls here, that has been recorded in MIDI, are clearly different than the original. We can see here it moves a few notes. If we look here, we will see same difference. Okay. So this last step I was talking about, meaning recording our modification. You may need this if when you do some change here. Let's go back to our original track. Okay, we will do some other change and keep that one. So this is our first test. And if we do some other change on our track, let's try that. For example, okay, I go too far, so let's go back here. Okay, same way, this is a different track, still from the same partition. Okay, so I will do the same for our first track, third track, sorry. I am everyone that may receive MIDI information. And then I know I have my letter S, and those slots I will record only on the first slot on that one, because always I will drag my recording on the original instrument. So let's go for the recording of that second example. Okay, as I said, with the shortcut key S, if you click before the next bar coming, it will cut properly the length of your track. You can also, before beginning them here, just drop them from a level, go look for another scale on that same track. So let's look. Okay, let's take that one, Hungarian. And I will click on S just before the next bar at the end. Okay. And here I have two other tonal variation of my same track. Okay, I go here. Remember, it's good to MIDI map or K map everything. I will make my mapping with the K of my keyboard for tonight. but you can do it even in MIDI. Okay, so what I will assign here is only one key that will reset everyone at the bypass state. That way, I will just have to click on one switch to be back at the original and not having to click here and go here and click everywhere. Okay, so came up and I will put it on A. So normally we can map this bypass. Here I will map nothing. It's the best is to map here also. Oh, it needs two different keys. We can't map the same. Okay, so I will choose the one next to it. So the Z. So I don't map the one from the key because, as I said, as soon as this scale control is set to 0%, so it is bypassed and there's no effect of the key. And I will bypass the pitch also. Let's listen to our different style from the same Riddim. Original. Second potential variation. In major. Third potential variation. I have to drop my drum also. Okay, and fourth variation. Okay, so that's very great because not only we can change and monitor our original style in different kind of emotion and scale, but secondary with this system of recording, we can also capture the new partition that all this modification generates. Okay, so let's say with the K control and this possibility, we can modify a single piece of music tonally, or let's say vertically. I say vertically because we are talking about tone, and a tone is a note, and a note is a frequency. Okay, and the frequency, we perceive them from the bottom to the top, low frequency, high frequency. So this K control will give you the possibility of to have possibility to modify tonally and the scale of your track. So now let's go deeper. So where could we organize this track for that not to be into the pulse or of our instrument track? Sorry. So I will take all this and bring them in front. Okay, that way we have all our audio. And what I will do, I will group them because they can still record when they are grouped. Oh, and I'm thinking about something great. No, let's go like this. Okay, so we will set it in white. Perhaps I will change this color and we will call it MIDI record. I wanted to find an eloquent title. But yeah, this is in this group you will go when you need to record the several modifications occurring in your melodic instrument. Okay, and why not setting in the same color? Okay, that way I can close that when I don't need it and I can open it after. Okay. So when I will bring the project out for Patreons, I will keep it open. And if you had the chance of seeing this tutorial, you will understand why is that. Okay? So this is to record post modification. Until now, for the example, I was using the same track, okay? But the use of it, we see only one part of the use, so the tonal and K part, and the fact that we have one track to control 6 other track, okay? Tonally. I will finish on that, and because we will go on composition after that. On the key control track, this is a MIDI track, in fact, fake MIDI track. And on this MIDI track, we have the visualizer of our modification to facilitate our navigation. We don't have to go in each key control on each tracks. We just have to stay on our key control track, and we will visualize every change we will do with those 3 knobs. Okay? So now that we have 3 main control, it means also that we can create some clips like that one on that fake track. And in this clip, we can go into envelope and write down some envelope for some of the controls, okay? So for example, if I want to validate pitch control, I will choose, for example, to be on -3, okay? And it tell me 39. So I go here. As I touch the pitch control here on the same track, it will automatically display it as source, okay? And here, I will just click on the 39% because it will set this invisible line, this dot line, at the position, at the chosen position of here, okay? So I just have to create a fake clip and click on it, and I know when I click on that clip, it will bring me directly on that pitch. Okay, we call it dummy clip because it has no MIDI information, no audio information. It's just here to draw some sequence triggering or automation of what is contained as racks on that track. Okay, so for example, I can also create another one. So the best way is double click. And on that other one, I will set it to default. Okay, so I go in, envelope, double check, pitch control. Okay, so this one will be bypass. If I launch that clip, it will launch the track on bypass. And if I launch that one, it will pitch everyone automatically. Okay, quite good, quite a good technique. So this Riddim generator is really a kind of imitation of what we would find in some arrangement keyboards, or even the Casio keyboards had some auto accompaniment and arrangement in it. So this is a more elaborated project of this same principle, the same principle, okay? And this is why I wanted to talk about the dummy clip, okay? So if you need more control and you want those control to be triggered when you want to trigger one of those information, you just create a clip and draw what you need in it. I made 2 examples of how pitch can be automated. So listen to that first one. It will stay on a default pitch at the beginning and then go up a couple of some items and going down to the original pitch. Okay, you get the idea. So the difference between my clips and the default clip when you want to create an automation, so let's make it green for the example. At first, you can do the same thing, but by default, the length you will create will be a 4-bar length. Whatever you will write in it will loop at 4-bar. If your idea of modifying, I'm confused with the French, where we say modifier, but yeah, if you want to modify this on a longer period, okay, what you will do in the clip you have create, you will unlink it and it will unlink the length of that clip, which is 4-bar. Okay, it will link the automation lane from that limitation. And at the length here, we can choose the length we need. For example, we prefer work on 8-bar. And here we will draw our automation. So perhaps we can go with the pen and change our grid. And if I go into fixed grid, perhaps 2-bar. Okay. Okay, don't want to do it with that. But if you understand, whatever you will do will be taken in consideration along that loop. This will sound like nothing because it's not a good curve. Okay, so this is how I build by unlinking the clip and choosing a length. This is how I did to build my pitch arrangement clips. Let me touch the control. Okay. Okay, here we need 2 bars to have the complete modification. So, as you can see, you have many ways to or change the original pitch and key from your track, or also to automate those change. Okay, with my pitch arrangement 1, this is a different track. I can try the pitch arrangement 2. Okay, so no matter if you use some clip in which you will drop some information, or if you control from here, okay, or if you control from the presets, okay, you have many ways. You just have to find the one that fits more your needs. And what I'm thinking, because I'm discovering my own project while I'm presenting, as I was working on it for the 2 previous days, I'm seeing that whatever we will build, for example, this pitch arrangement, I can keep all my clips even if I make some different track, because how can I put it out? What will work for one track will work for any other track you will build. Okay. So you can have some shortcut here. For example, let's say you want a +5. So you go here, you call it +5. Okay. And then you will look for the +5 here. It tells you 70, 70.9, 70 will do the trick. As I said already, we touched to the knob, so it displays at the perfect amount. Okay, we know when we go here, we will have +5 semitone on any track we will play here. Okay, so I don't think it's for transition, because why? I will explain quickly. For example, this melody, let's take it, let's go here. As you see, this melody is coming each time at the end of the bar. It's starting here, okay? So sometime you will need, when you want to change your key in real time, to change it a bit earlier to capture also those two previous notes, for them to be in the same new pitch, let's say, okay? That's the reason why those triggers are not really, even if we can, but it would need more detail. So let's say those dummy clip on the key control are here to set it, okay? Set it and go. You will set it and continue your work elsewhere, okay? If you want to stop any control from those clips, you just have to click on the stop button and they will not be effective. But I thought it was a good idea to talk about the power of the dummy clip here, because it means that we can automate any change. So as I say, you can also make your change here. And when you find something great, you open that little track, MIDI record track, and you can record here any of the post modification. So I repeat myself also a bit because it's live and perhaps people are not here from the beginning. So this is the Riddim generator. We were on the key control function of it. And in this second part of that explanation, I will talk about composition. So as I said, this little music was just here for the demonstration of the tonal part of this project, Ableton project. And this Riddim generator, first goal is to give us a quick tool to generate several different patterns or tracks. Okay, so what we will do is to work on several groups. So we will work on the first one for now. I remove all the names. I will keep my example out of the scope for now. Down in the bottom. This is just the example. So now let's compose what will be the sources, the combinable sources, we could say, source we can combine. So first, for you to know, as I want to go a bit faster than if I want to when I want to record. Normally I will record hand-free and quantize, choose what I will quantize, but for the sake of this tutorial, we will just try to quantize the drum with the mouse. But I have select one swing in my groove pool, okay, a MPC swing 16, and I click this little yellow icon, meaning that any created clips will be affected by this groove, okay? And it will be affected with this amount, so 35%. I can close the sidebar because you can also change the groove of it here. So this is just one box with one indicator, but really you will see that any composition can be changed radically. And if you want even more experiment, you can load some other groove as I made here. And if I want a different groove to hit all my MIDI clips from my instrument, I will select it here directly. Okay, this icon can be switch off or switch on. When it's switch on, any created clips after it's switch on will be grooved from that amount. When it's switch off, you will have to select on each clip which groove you want. So let's go back to the original one. I think it was this 16. Okay, bring this down again. Okay, so we will work on one group of instruments. The project will perhaps contain one example, but here you will understand what you'll have to do if you want to do it your own self, okay? Because some of you are not on the Patreon, so can't get the project, but I think there's enough explanation in this public video for the most adventurous to build back the same project. Okay, so we will start with the drum and focus on kick, hi-hats and snare. Okay, let's zoom those tracks and select first track. I will stay on the same tempo, so 65 or 130. And let's draw a different pattern. We will start simple with a one drop. So I launch my pattern. When I create a clip on my kick track, I have only the two created clips, kick, excuse me. Okay. Let's say for me, this is in reggae, the simplest pattern. Something made to do one drop. Okay. I will bring up the velocity. Okay, that's more serious here. Then also a first pattern for the snare will be a rim shot on that same time. Let's come again. Okay. And for the hi-hat, same way, I will go on a simplest side. I will launch the clip. Okay, and even more simple could be without the hi-hat. Open. So also, we are not limited to that length of pattern. So perhaps we'll make some patterns that are longer, and we will base the length of those one later on, and we will make them the same length as the longest variation we found. But let's continue. Let's say this is our first pattern called roots. Okay, we can add some accentuation on the hi-hat. Okay, let's go now on the hi-hat, first variation. I make a copy of that one, so let's call all this 1. And all this will be called 2. Okay, so for the hi-hat 2, perhaps we can do that. I will leave it like that just to go progressively. Okay, for the snare, we will still add, for example, we can add a snare on the first time. Or even something like that. Or something like that. Okay, and I think this is the first I will duplicate, so make it like that and like that. And for the hi-hat, we will make something different. Let's drop it, third variation of hi-hat. And we will add more. And I will double it and set open hi-hat at the end. Okay, same way we continue with the kick. We call it 2. Greetings, Henry. So simplest pattern will be that one. Really desertic one. Okay, second pattern. For the second pattern, we will change slightly everything, like I will add this hi-hat, because I want them to be really different from one another. Here and here. Okay. And we will find something different for the kick. A one time. I duplicate. I remove the second one. Okay. So our second complete pattern will sound like that. And we will make something still staying on the rim shot phrase. Okay. Up, for example, here first. Kakatu, kakatu, okay. For example, pak, katu, pak. And bring that one here. Okay, this will be our second pattern for the snare, and as third pattern we will make it a bit different and adding a real snare that time. Okay, and for that real snare in the reggae we will put it like that. Okay. And we hear that we don't need that open hi-hat here. but we will keep it. Yes, keep it. Let's go on the next kick. And for the rim shots, we will... Let's first see if we can do something like that. I want more something kind of a flap, like this. Let's see. Perhaps the first one will be hot and the second one a bit. Ok. Ah, c'est cool, merci Henri. Okay, something like that will do the trick. Okay, for that third part, and we will change a bit the drum. Okay, and all the first one a bit lower. Okay, and I can select still going on. Let's call them 4. Okay, and write the other idea for that. And we will change the rim shot also. Not the best. Let's try here. Okay, let's go on the 5th one, the 5th one, and we will make a stepper with the kick. I was thinking about that snare, not the best here, we'll erase it. And we will prefer do something here, like that. Ta-da-dum. Okay, and with all this, I never change the hi-hat, so let's continue and modify some of the hi-hat in this. Okay, so we are at modification 4. So as modification, I will just add some fastest note from time to time. And for it, now you can, in the 12, split notes by hitting the letter K on your keyboard, okay? And if you want it to be on the grid, you will hold Alt at the same time. Not the best place for that snare. It's cool in a composition, but in a loop, I prefer to see it at the end. Okay. We were on the hi-hat. I wanted to cut some of the notes, so let's go. Here directly. So I hold E and Alt, boom. Here we can add an open hat, for example. Let's try here. So E, Alt, E, Alt. It was not my idea. More tippy tip. Okay, tippy tip here. Tippy tip. Yeah. Okay, this will be our hi-hat 4. Okay, I will bring up the lower note just a bit in all of them. I want each clip to have a bit the same level. Okay, so you get the idea for the drum. Let's modify the last one. Okay, and I will call this more something like 8. Because this is a kind of stepper, or even 7. Because in 8 we will find something even more nervous. Okay, a variation of the 7. Here we can continue. Something a bit different. We made no pattern with the snare, so let's try just a few with kick and snare. Okay, for the kick it will be, let's call it 5. So pum tick pop, pum tick pop. Okay. Let's bring all that one fat and that one, and we can remove all the kicks that fall on the snare. And we will change the end of the snare, not that here. And we can also, why not remove that, and set a tom at the middle. So for the tom, I go on the tom one. Which length? Length 2. Okay. So length 2. Okay, something like that. Yeah. So of course, the sounds will react to the velocity. So also, if you change the velocity, it will hit different samples into the several racks. And yeah, you know the thing. But just to say that those racks are all velocity sensitive, whether it's melodic or drums. And each drum sound will sound a bit differently depending on the velocity. The simple samples will just sound louder or quieter, but the multi-sample, as hi-hat, snare, kick, tom, will sound very great. You must do that try when you will get this project on Patreon. Okay, as 6, we will make a variation of that rubadub. Okay. 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 Let's go on the snare. I want to add one tom also. So the shortest way to have the same length, I will duplicate that one and erase the partition. So what I want is jou, tiku pak, tu kong, tu kap. Okay. So tum, tu kap, tum, tu kong. Okay. bottom here. Pom, pom, pom. Okay, and for the snare, okay, something to know with my racks. All the multi-sampled sound will be in a sub-rack, okay? Some of them I remove completely the sustain, and some of them, like the tom, I keep it up. But if you remove the sustain and work just with decay and release, the longer, or let's say the length of each note here will reflect the length of the sample played. Let's see on that snare. If I draw a little, really little one, let's see how that snare is set up, like a small hold, a small decay. As you hear, when we have a short note, we have a short sample. Long sample or long note will give the totality. Okay, so good to know for the expression of how the sound will sound when you draw the notes. And if you want it to always sound the same sound, we just set hold and decay to the maximum, and it will sound as the original sample. Perhaps we can make more fancy toms. Here, a double one. Okay, let's keep it simple. Let's go on the 7. Okay, just one. To Capum. Okay, something like that. Tagadu papa papa, perhaps it's here. Yeah. And we will do the same here with a little change. Yeah, so this will be our 7. Let's build the 8, something more nervous still. I wanted to say still in stepper. So you get the idea. We will do several type of pattern, and after that I can play the one I want to play with the other one I want to play. Let's say a combination like this. Or something different like this. Okay, don't forget the toms. For the tom, I can bring something more basic, like this. Okay. So you see, the first thing to do, and we will do the same on all the instruments, is really try to build some minimalistic little pattern and think that you can mix each one with another one. Okay. Of course, I'm building them like in a horizontal way with some numbers, but it's just to find where I'm at. And of course, they will fit when we trigger one single scene. But they will sound also when we trigger different scene at the same time. And when you find the right combination, for example, imagine you are tweaking everything and you say, oh, okay, when I put the one of that one with the 5, with the 6 of the snare, and the 8 of the snare, I find this sounding good, so I give it a new color, and I put it as a new scene. Okay, you get the idea. Eight, okay. For that one, I was trying with that tom. Okay, let's build. As I said, the logic would be that you can do also all sort of pattern. I'm focusing on reggae here because this is the topic, but yes, all sorts. Okay, not here. Okay, and let's make a ninth one, and we will go on the melodic one, instruments. Okay, like that. Let's see for the hi-hat. More rolls. Okay, we will do like that and duplicate that part. And let's build a busy drum track, keeping the snare same for now. Tup tup kakatu kap katu kakatu katum tup kakatu kat katu kakatu kapum pum kakatu kak, something like that. We will cut the toms. Kakatu kakatu kakatu, and talking about the tom, we will bring this on the cymbal. Okay. Kakatu 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 kapum pupu By the way, perhaps I can grab the MIDI keyboard to write this. So, boom, boom. Okay, let's quantize this quickly. Okay, rim shot. And I will select all the rim shot that hit at the same time of the snare and make them lower. Alt, hold Alt to drop velocity. Okay. Okay. Remove that one and set a snare. I have to double check that clap and set the velocity to level. Okay, something like that. And of course, we can go again and again in it. Okay, for that tom. Let's continue to build some other toms. Yeah. So, okay. Yes, greetings, Pat Kelly. Building something called the RIDDIM generator. So I'm building various short patterns that we will combine later on. Okay, so quickly as you just come around from the most simple one drop, we can by the way add one tom in this context. Let's not be lazy like this. Okay, so the most simple, and then the more we go down, the more it complexifies. Okay, and the goal of having those different patterns is for later on choose some different some different patterns and generate different beats. And we will try to do the same for all the melodic parts. So how many? Yes, it's been 50 minutes building on the drum. So perhaps I can take another 50 minutes for the melodic part. Yeah, building variation, and not only by playing the clips, because after, if I have time, we will talk about the follow action, meaning when we find a good combination when playing this with the mouse, our controller, or our keyboard, we can decide the behavior of each of those clips, okay? So just to play with that, let's say, because Ableton, this is that also. Let's say we will select everyone, okay, and we will give some order to all those clips. Try to give the same order to everyone, but know that each of the clips can have different orders. And to find the orders, let me zoom in. That way we understand more. Okay, I select all the clip I want to control, and after that I go onto the clip section. I don't know how this section is called, so this is the follow action section. Okay, so the second section. The first one is the loop, signature, etc. So in the second we have the follow action, and in that we will decide for each of them what is their next behavior. Okay, so we will have to choose first which order, which clear order we want to give it. So let's double click one more time. We can remove the in-out for more clarity. Okay, so let's say the order I want to give. Okay, chat. You're still on 11. Okay. I was asking at the beginning of the tutorial if some people would like me to do this project on 11. Yes. Okay. So as you ask, Pat Kelly, I will also do try to do it on the 11. Surely it will be the latest version of 11.5 or whatever. So before I go into some randomization of our clip, I will explain you, Pat Kelly and others who are coming by, with my first example. So because we can do all that, sure, I will explain, but we can also, in this, we can control the tuning of whatever we are playing. Okay, so let me drop the demonstration and I will hit my controls. These controls are made that on this first channel, I can control the pitch -12 or +12 on the sixth melodic track. Okay, so on the key control track, I can also control the original key if the scale is on another position than bypass with our 0. Okay, so this first track is linking. I explained at the beginning of the tutorial, so you rewind at the beginning to understand how I do this. So this knob will control pitch on each of my instruments, okay, pitch, etc. So the result is this. This is the demo. And if I go on my key control, I can change my pitch. Okay, so for only one idea, I can change the pitch of that idea, but that's not all. I can also change the scale of that idea. So for example, I remember that the combination of D sharp, so this K control, you will set it by default as the K you compose. So I was in E minor. So I know that D sharp major work very well. So here the original in minor. Okay, and now let's select D sharp and major. And we have our same composition sounding in a different emotion. Okay, so I put a few of the scale I chose, but on this track, on this control track, we have a scale and a pitch also. I call them visualizer. This track don't contain no music, even no sound, but these are here to indicate whatever position I'm on, because this will mirror every position of on each track here, my FM sitar, on each track, it will have this position. So this is just to facilitate the workflow instead of having to swap to the track to know where I'm at in my percentage value. When I move a knob here, it gives me the information here. Okay, E mixolydian, F mixolydian, F minor blues, etc. So we have a default state, E, and okay, and that's not all, because we can do all that. We could automate that. There's some presets, and we can also, as there's no music on it, we can create clips, check the envelope, and write some information. That's right. For example, here I did a few dummy clips. This one is neutral, there's nothing. So we will write in here some of the variation of pitch or scale control. Okay, for example, here +5. So bypass, I launch. As you see, all my dummy clips are not on the same line than on the music. Okay, I put them below because I don't want this to interact with the other. Okay, so by the way, I will remove that stop button from here. Okay, that way when I stop the music, I don't change my settings in the control track. Remove top button, okay. And remove stop button here also. No. So listen, here I have written just bypass. You go on the bypass position, and in the second clip, I hit go on +5 semitone. So let's go. So I'm back in 12, but no, Pat Kelly. Let me explain. I'm explaining this because you see this scale effect and the pitch. The pitch is a simple pitch effect from Ableton. Those two devices are on Ableton 11. So here we are talking about changing the scale of the whole set, but I'm not talking about this scale awareness from Ableton 12. We don't need that. I just hit it because I was composing in A or E minor, but the concept of this project don't necessitate Ableton 12. Okay. Because the scale and the way I use it in here is like in 11, and the pitch and the way I use it is like in 11. And the way they are connected, you will see this in the beginning of the tutorial later, the way they are connecting it is with some plugin that exists in Ableton 11, something called Shaper. Okay, but yes, I don't go deeper on that. But yeah, so many things to work around the K of the next track that will happen. Okay. So now let's go back to our variation we can do with the clip. So in 10, it's possible. In fact, this technique is, as a scale is there from 9, you can do this also in Ableton 10. But Shaper, I can't remember if it's 10 or 11, but there's something they remove from the 12 that you can use for that. And it is called 8 map. Because in fact, because as you are here and listening to me, I will show you quickly. As I didn't find in Ableton 12 something called 8 map, and 8 map is a Max for Live device with one knob, and with one knob you can control 8 destinations at the same time. So I'm using this system for controlling from the track 1, controlling the 6 pitch effects that are on my instrument tracks, okay? But in Live 11 and Live 10, there's something called 8 map, or I can't remember. Bref, there's something called map. I had the name earlier, but I forgot it. And here I use the Shaper from 11, I guess, perhaps 10.5. It perhaps also exists. And I drew a simple line. I could make it exponential, but I leave it linear. And because in the new, perhaps you don't have it on 11, but in the new Shaper, you can put it on manual. Okay, so that way I assign the manual knob to a macro here, and I can go through all it. And all the MIDI message will go to the 6 different pitch, plus the 7th, which is my visualizer in this dummy track. Okay, so even if you don't have Shaper in your version of Ableton, you will have a way to find, there's a plugin like that where there's one knob, and you can send the message of this one knob to a destination in Ableton. So, this was the quick recap for all this. Let's go back to our drum variation. or we can dictate interesting follow action. So what I want to ask to kick, hi-hat, and snare is to give me some sight, and I want it to play the same random combination he found. I want him to play it like 8 bar. Okay? So I select all the clip I want to navigate together, and they are grouped. There's no space between them. They are on the same group. And I will switch on follow action first. So it's grayed out, telling you they are in follow action mode. What I will ask as an action is to go to any, no, even on other, okay, meaning it will randomly go to another one MIDI clip from those 9, okay? So kick, hi-hat, and snare will do this different time, but yeah, let's follow. What I want it to do, it tell me, do you want the follow action to follow the link? So follow the length of each clip, but I don't want that because I want to hear the loop it will find for 8 bars. So I will unlink. When I unlink, it will mean that the behavior of that clip will be dictated by a length different by the length different from the length of that kick. Okay, the length of that clip. Kick clip. So I unlink. I can link and give it a multiple of what I want to play, but as I have some different length clip, I will just unlink it. Okay, that way I'm deciding exactly every how many measure or every how many bars it will select another clip from its row. Okay, so for you to understand the example, I will set it on 4 or even 2. Okay, and we will launch the play. And to have some melody during the work, we will leave the melody of the track found, and we will launch those drums here. Okay, as you see, each 2 bars, it will select a different combination and announce you by the blinking one where it goes next. Okay, so as I don't know which combination of what I want for my next drum, I will tell him to play this at least for 16 or let's say 8 bar. Okay, so each 8 bar, it will go in a variation. And I will set those melody also. Let me make some room because I zoomed the track. Yes, I leave it there. That way, Ableton will generate some different idea. I drop the level just that way you hear me talk. And when I put each 8 bar, I have the time to listen what is happening with my music. And yes, you find it, Pat Kelly. The same concept will be done in the melody. So generally, we will do that like a same track with some variation. here, what I'm trying to do and what I recommend when you get this project done is, so what I try to do is to have some minimalist patterns in the same key and the same chord structure. And when we randomize it, we will have a different track. But it has to be minimized in the partition because it can be complicated. So we will, by that way, focus first on the chord grids for that. But it was to give an overview about what we could do with the drum and the melodies, and even, why not, with the drum clip of the key control. Okay? So, for example, I find another combination earlier. So I will remove the follow action because this should deserve another tutorial. But yeah, I go on the most simple to explain how to do, and you can test this and link. You set the number of bar you want them to play, and you can select some different behavior for each clip. Other is a more explanatory. And we can even think about it as experimental, okay? Knowing that I explained this for the melody, but I will do this for the drum now. Okay, I have some MIDI pattern everywhere, okay? But if I play a different combination, like experimental combination of this, I can't repeat it directly. So I have two solutions: or I record it and it will record on the other side of Ableton, or I can create some MIDI track that will receive the MIDI information of each of those drum track and will follow all the change, okay? So quickly I will do the demonstration with just 3 MIDI track. I will definitely leave that also in the Patreon project. So let's say what you want to do, or what I want to do first. I want to select everyone, even the tom. Okay. Follow action everyone. Okay. And unlink everyone. Okay, but it has different length, so he is not happy with me. What is happening if we do like that? Okay, it works like that. And if we do that, okay, I'm just trying to make them all at the same starting point. Okay, what I wanted to do is some experimental beats. So I will tell him on the next action, what I want you to do is to go to other, okay, no matter what. And you will do this every 1 bar, or even below that, I don't know what is, okay, something like that. Let's say that. So what I will do, I create 3 tracks or 4 tracks, or let's say we'll do 4 because there's a tom also. Okay, so this will be my recording track. I call this one air kick, air hi-hat, air snare, and air toms. Okay. So from there, I will assign the input of those, and I will tell each to get the MIDI message from each of those tracks. So air kick will get kick, okay. Air hi-hat will receive hi-hat. Snare will receive snare, and tom. Okay. From there, we don't need no output. What we need after that is just to select everyone. And if you want to record it from this page, for the melodic, I use the key S, so I will use D for drum. So I will K-map this first slot with the letter D on my keyboard. Okay, this will be to stop my recording at a loop line. Okay, so if I launch this kitchen, it will go a bit crazy. Listen. Okay, this could be more crazy, so let's make it more crazy. Like this. I want it to go faster. Oh, okay, and I do that, yeah. Okay, even faster, what it is. Should be too fast here. Let's set 1 here and 0 here. Okay, it's going crazy, and I see that the snare can't follow this because it can't reach the place where the snare is. But that's not all. What we can do, we are still selected. So for now, each time the pattern change in randomization, each time it will start at the beginning. Okay, but what I want it to do is to start where is the loop at. Okay, and there's a function called legato. So I select all my clips and I click legato. Legato means that it will change according to this order every 1 bit. I think that's it. But it will do it by keeping where in time the pattern was playing. So, for example, if the change was playing time 3 on the pattern 3, when it will change randomly to 6, it will start from that place. So let's listen. That way we keep our snare also in the combination. Okay, so now you get this. We have those slots prepared to record whatever experimentation Ableton will do. I can bring up the level for a bit of vibe, and let's record. I remember it was D to launch those 4 slots. Yeah. Okay, and from there I will cut. Okay, I have all that, and I will, what I want to do first is, I forgot to stop it at the right moment, so let's make it 8 bar loop. So there's many ways to capture the MIDI of it when you are in MIDI. As I said, we can record I give quickly the other possibility, but that one is great because that way we don't have to go into the arrangement view for now. But if you want to record through arrangement view, just hit record, and it will record only the clips going around. Okay. as you can see, it will record the clip here and the change in those clips. Okay, sorry, this is here. Okay, this is how it will record. Okay, each time it changes, it will give you the other pattern. But I don't find it very practical for what I want to do, because what I want to do is to try to find some other loop in this experimentation and make them a loop to go below my loop cartridge here. So this little recording MIDI option is a great thing. This is the second time I'm demoing it because I did the same for the melody earlier. Okay, so this is drum MIDI rec. And I will take the parts and bring them in my instruments. Okay. So let's say this is a tool track, something like that. I will have to complete with the congas and the percussion. Okay, let's close that tool track. Now I have my experimentation. I can choose, for example, the greatest combination. So we'll try to generate another pattern from this. Add stop button. Okay, let's go. So I heard something with the drum. Let's try like this. Okay, for the drum I will take that. Let's mute the melody for now. Okay, for the drum. Okay, I find the buzzy part for the hi-hat, something somewhere here. Now let's find a good part in the snare. Okay, because I can move the starting point also of my newly generated track, and I will try to fit like this. So I will just move that one to a snare. And I want this to be the first snare, so I will hit here for the starting point. Oh, it was better here. Okay, so you get the idea, and that way you have another set of random things generated that don't resemble to any of those patterns. And we can do a combination, for example, what it would give as a stepper. So don't forget to remove the order of follow action. So instead of changing everything, you can just switch off the follow action. I will set it to a more reasonable value here, 8 or 4 for the next time. Okay, and I deactivate the follow action. Okay, that way I can say, okay, I want a kind of stepper kick with the new drum I found. Or I want the kick of the drum I found with different hi-hat and snare. Okay, you get the idea, I'm sure. So now let's choose a drum and build a rhythm. No tom for now. So I focused on kick, hi-hat and snare, but of course we have some cymbals, some top percussion, congas, but yeah, it was a bit doing it and explain it for tonight. So let's go and continue. How many time? 225. Let's start with the chord structure. So I double check that everything is reset for my K control. A. Okay. So I assign the KA to bypass everything and set to default. Boom. Now let's go on skank 1 and find a skank line in E. And we can perhaps move the tempo a bit. Okay. Okay, I will stay on the simple side like this or something. Stay on this idea, so I just play the E and the second. Okay, so let's quickly set it near to the grid. Near. Okay, and with the skunk, we will do the same, several variation. So the next one could be, I don't know. Okay, let's just go for the double skunk. Okay, make it close to the grid. Okay, another one like this. Something like that, just a variation. Okay, what is its length? Perfect. For the other, I didn't double check. 4, 4, and 4. Okay. Let's continue. With something different. Something like that. Different pattern. Okay, and the next variation. I will add a double skunk here at first. So. Okay, here I can do something different also. Pom pom. Yes. So let's crop that. Crop. So some different things, because it will be interesting when we randomize everything. So let's give a name. 1. Okay, let's do some organ. We stay on the bass. Let's go simple for the first. Okay, a quick edit on that. Yes, no change in speed. Okay, and the first is we will take this, make a copy, and remove all the high notes. And let's see an octave below. No, that's too much. Okay, this will be the most simple with the simple skunk. Okay, now let's go for something a bit different. Okay, for example, Okay, we can continue with some organ pads. With the right sound, it will be better. Okay, this one. Let's make them legato. I'm talking about the notes, so notes. Like legato, yeah. And a bit shorter. Okay, and this one definitely shorter. Okay, let's look for another idea. I was thinking about a copy of that with some melodic notes. Okay, okay. I will make this melody with the flute. Let's select the flute here. Something like that. Okay, not the best flute, but it will do the trick. Also know in that project that the instrument I leave in the demo are very usable. For example, if that flute for me is like too much something or something else, I will fix it in this. But also, as these are MIDI tracks, you can bring your own synth and your own best sound, okay, to get something done with that flute I will add a big verb. And perhaps play one octave above. Okay, and let's bring that big verb to life. More than 5 seconds. Okay. Something like 10, 9, 10. And I will copy that melody and bring this on the organ. Okay, the full clip, so yeah. C and Control V at the starting point in this. Yes, like this. So I copy the melody and I paste it across the lower octave. That way it is like the organ is playing this. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. The pads will be easy also. Just give me 1 minute. I'm drinking something and I'm back. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Where we were. Already the first old bass goes well with my new structure because I recorded in the same chord, it seems. Okay, so let's make some pads. So I will really make some simple example, and after that we will try to launch, play, and tweak a bit the key control, because the key control is very great to change key or scale. So that way you can compose in the scale you know well and have a sight if this was played in a different scale. And all this is done with simple Ableton MIDI effects from 10, 11, etc. So the first one will be just intro, like just one note, one chord. But not on the first beat. Okay, I find the best. Yeah, for the first one, then a variation of this. So there's interesting melodic idea, but this don't fit with the original, so let's stay more simple. The goal is to have some simple patterns to be randomized. Okay, let's go for a different float. I keep the bass for the last. Something simple. Okay, for the most desertic one, this will be this. Okay, I don't quantize, this will do the tricks. More developed one. Okay, I will stop at 5 here. And take that part here. and paste it here. Here we can add something quickly. Okay, this will do the trick also. How many melody do we need? Let's find something completely different. Okay. Okay, for different kind. Okay, it's more closed. 164, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I was saying 164 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's crop that. and seek for a next. Okay, let's say this will be okay. And for the last melody, okay, simply that for that one. Okay, something more smooth. Okay, let's copy that correctly. Okay, for the first. Wow. Okay, for that one. So we have several melody pads. Let's add one more, but 1 octave above. Okay, a bit loud for this melody. Okay, let's find another melody now. Okay, on the snare. Okay, just that half. Okay. And the last one for this section. Okay, this will do. So we have 3 pads, 4 melodies, several skunk pads. We can take that one and pitch it up. And the 5 also, which is just one note or one chord. And for the melody, for the last slot, I mean, that one needs to be played also 1 octave below. And we can keep that 8 and go 7 semitone above to have a fifth. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make it fit to my E minor scale. Okay, E minor. Okay, so we have 5 variations of everything. So let's go and name them. 1, 2. We can select everything and Control R will rename everything same name. Okay. So now let's look for some bass. We can also to change the mode, as we can change everything. Find another drum. And perhaps we can create one line that we will call 0, and this will be nothing. We maybe need that later on. So just for the test, we will select everything and use the follow action mode and tell to all those clips to go to others and unlink and go to others every 8 bar. Okay. And I have to do this for all the clips. So 0, 2, 1, follow action, unlink, 8, and here go to others. Let's go. And we will look for a bass while it is changing. Let's go for that one on bass 1. Let's tune that bass. Let's first quantize this. And after that, I will legato the note. By the way, all notes but the last one. Okay, that way my notes are at the great length to no overlap. And no click. So here, for example, with this type of bass line, we have a problem because the last note is covering the first beat of the next, the first time of the next beat. Okay, this means that we will have to find a different way of looping it. So this is interesting. What we can do is, this is exactly the same. Okay. So we can loop it from here. Or even more, why not? Let's say on 3-2. And at the beginning, we will go on 1-2. Like that. But we tell to the clip to start at the time 1. Let's see if it works. With the drum. I will open the filter on the bass, that way we will hear it better. Okay, I have to go to here. I double check that the first note is well on this side of the loop. Yeah. Okay, just for this bass that end on the beginning. We can crop this and find another bass. For example. Okay, something like that for the end of the bass loop. take care of no overlapping because it clipped my bass. Perhaps even if I will play it monophonic, I will set it to 2 voice. Okay, that way perhaps it will avoid the clips. Okay, this will be in the kind of last bass for that one. Let's find another. Let's generate a new drum. Okay. Okay. Something like that. Okay, good new bass. Let's mute the melody 1 minute. Change the skunk. And find a new bass. Okay, can I capture this? No, too late. Okay, so something I forgot to set on those clips is for them to be legato, that way it follow the course of the clip, and I will reduce it to 4. As I'm in a half tempo, I guess this corresponds to 8 bar. Let's find another bass. I guess 8 was great, in fact. And what I can do to maximize the moment where there's nothing that play, I will add like 2, let's say 3. So there's 3 racks with nothing, and the rest have something in. So there's a chance from time to time that one of the no play is eaten, is it. Okay, let's go. was better on mono voice. Okay, let's look for another bass. Okay, for example, how many bass do I need? Oh, no more bass. Okay, we are full with 5, even more for the bass. Different pattern. Okay, and I will add a nothing also. Yes. So now so from there to generate some rhythm, you have two choices: or you select the best clip you love, or as I did here, you will set a follow action command by selecting everyone. I don't make it on the baseline for now, so selecting everyone and link and choose a length to which it will change pattern. Okay. So I have covered, yes, 3 hours. Everything is covered, I guess. I will come again later with a more condensed video presenting the Riddim generator, because I was working yesterday and the day before on it. I worked today 3 hours more while commenting. So it will be soon available in this. If you just get the end, you can compose several, an infinity of patterns, and on these patterns you will have the possibility to change the key of the whole track and the pitch of the whole track. Let's make a test. I set back my stop button. So this kind of randomization, I could set it on the drum also. Let's set something logical. So action follow and link every 8. And what I will choose them to do is to go to the next, and it will have a 50% chance of going to the previous. Okay. Or if I want some randomization in it, I will tell it to go to any other. Okay, that way even the drums will go randomly in their own structure. And we will focus for the end of this video on the key control. As you may have heard at the beginning of this long live, this first track is there to command the scale or pitch of what is running. So let's go. Okay, so it was the pitch control from one knob to the 6th track, and now let's play a bit with the scale. We will change, when you change scale, you will change the emotion inside the first composition, which was in E. I will note it here, E minor, default. Okay, as I said earlier, there's nothing to do with this scale awareness in that project, so you can build it for Ableton 10, 11, etc. Let's work with the scale control. Harmonic minor is subtle. Hungarian is a bit space. So when it sounds weird like this is when I will try to change the key. Okay. Let's change the bass line. Okay, that scale is a bit special because it plays fewer notes than the generic 8-note per octave, but when we leave it on this original E note, it sounds well. Let's try to set it in major. And in D sharp. and you see whatever will change here, even the bass. So this is a dream come true, composing in minor, and I have it sound in major also. So I don't know why, but the tip here is for any. This is the second example, and I verified it. Okay, so perhaps it's a theorem. It's verifiable everywhere. So when you compose in minor on one note, E, let's say, if you want to set it to major and have it to sound really close to the other, but in major, you have to select one semiton below your E. Okay? So let me make the demonstration. I was in E minor for the default state. Okay, if I bring it to major, it will sound weird. But if I drop it one semiton, it will sound excellent. Okay, and of course, I just made a few presets, but you have the visualizer here to see which scale you are selecting. Okay, so we can go weird. So it will be always a combination of a selected scale, and sometimes you will have to change the key control to make it fit as it was composed that way. For example, this one worked perfectly. I will save it. So Berav. And it worked on the same note. Perfect. Really impressive. At first, I was working on this for my own work, and the more I get into it and finish to build it, and the more I say, yes, really, Ableton is great. Let's find one other one. So yes, mind-blowing Ableton. This is the Riddim generator from Shieldrum Records. It will be soon available for all Patreons, and perhaps later on Gumroad for all other people who are not on Shieldrum Records Patreon. I will surely take 1 day or two to make it really clean, and I think I will leave a big part of those demo clip of tonight. So if you hold on until the end, really big up. And yes, don't forget to subscribe on Shieldrum Records Patreon for this kind of tool and many more. Any question in the comments? Thank you. And if you have any suggestion also or a request for next video, you can also drop it in the comment. Okay, I switch off all the follow action because if you come just now, know that per line we have a coherent drum also. And we just work on 4 drum elements. We have 4 more drums elements. So yes, composition, variation, randomization, changing the scale and the pitch of everything, recording the MIDI output of all or any behavior you will set to the clips. Okay, and the next episode or the next live will be on the same subject and with the kind of finished project, more condensed presentation. So I don't know if we will have some other clips, but normally you should have the project and build your own stuff in it. Okay, here I can set a different color because this would be for dummy clip triggering from the key control. Perhaps we can set this in red, rename. Okay. So it's not to trigger scenes from here, but it's just to let you know that on those line, remove stop button. On this line will be the command if we want to work with some dummy clip and control each of those scale, K and pitch, okay? And I remove the stop button on all the music. That way, if we select it from here, it will not change what is occurring already in the arrangement. Okay, this dummy clip technique is described earlier in this if you missed it. So yes, big thanks. And yes, don't forget to share if you want. Dubwise, see you on the next time.